Okay. Still can't get my fucking camera to work. Good morning, everyone. Give me a second here. If I do this. Working? Okay. I think that's working. I'm very orange, but hello, everyone. Good morning. Make Nvidia die. Okay. Let me get right on that. It doesn't seem to want to. SPX about to run to 4030. I don't know about that. So sorry about that. After power cycling my modem 60 times, it finally worked. And here I am. No, I've been sick. Just got back from the Jersey Shore. No, I don't know what's going on with the like saturation on the camera or whatever. It's making me very orange though. All right, VIX just dropped under 19, so one can only assume it's going to go to 430. Zero DTE call buys at 410, 15, 20, 25, 30. Big ramp. Big call ramp. When PMI data, 10. It should have been out at 10, right? Yeah, 10 a.m. Non-manufacturing came in one basis point under the previous, slightly above forecast. ISM employment is up. New orders are up. Business activity is down. Prices are slightly down. With 2 points. 2 points under. Well, one and a quarter. And then we have Logan, Bostic, Bowman, and Barkin all speaking today. Logan and Bostic at 11 and 11:45. You look like an Oompa Loompa. That's awesome. All the charts on screen look the same. Yeah, pretty much. Looks like everything's just tracking SPX right now. What do you think about the market today and the next couple weeks? I don't know what's going to happen today with all the Fed speakers after what happened yesterday with what one would argue was not exactly a bullish statement. We'll see. There's a bit of upside to burn off here, so let's get past that first. Girk, my wife lent out my favorite chick stick, and I miss it already. If I buy a new one, do you think they'll get along when they're all alone in the drawer? Sharing is caring, but Steely Dan has a unique smell. Sean Foy did clean the one he borrowed last time. Are you talking about a chicka stick or a dildo? It's got to be a dildo, right? Because it's you. You shouldn't lend those. It's not like a library. What if the borrow rate's over 100%? All right. Well, in that case, do what you gotta do. All right. Calls have built a ramp to the upside. But if any point today there's any capitulation, there's no downside support. So this will be interesting. VIX back over 19. Okay. What? Okay. Futures could reject here. Futures are at resistance. I don't know. They broke through before. Maybe they just break through again. If we move above 40.20, we're probably just gonna go up. Yeah. I could probably pick up a 40.20 call here. The double strangle straddle strategy was a fantastic idea last night. All right. ES is probably going to hit at least 40.35. Probably. Is the call ramp all 0 DTs? A lot of it's 1 DTs, actually. Looks like they were bought out for Monday. Nvidia isn't going up with the markets. I mean, that's probably a good thing. The second break of 40.30 is probably going to lead to more call selling, right? So the 40.30 calls, which were enormous, went underwater. And then the second opportunity to get out is going to encourage more selling, right? ES probably going to hit 40.35. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Can you pontificate on GME earnings? I mean, with lowered retail sales, the expectation to maintain positive free cash flow is obviously diminished. They still could, although I feel like it would take a little bit of a miracle. We'll see how they do on their SG&A. Those two factors combined could possibly lead to continued positive free cash flow. EPS, unlikely. It's probably pretty unlikely we hit positive EPS. Maybe we shave it down a little bit. We get like I don't know, like negative 27, 25 cents. Other than that, I bought a lottery ticket, 0 DT Strangle earlier, 40.60, 39.20. Okay. How's that going? 0 DT 40.60. Jesus Christ. Those are gonna become worth 5 cents very quickly. Okay, yeah, this is just gonna push up, right? So is this not updating or something? No, it is. Alright, that's really strange. Huh. Is someone speaking now? We still have 30 minutes, right? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. It's a pretty big futures buy to just get stuffed. If we go past, thank you, Pookie Maker. If we go past 40.20, better to close the put side of the straddle. Depends on how many days you have and where you're positioned, but yes, I probably would have closed it this. If you opened it at 39.80, I probably would have closed it this morning. having convictions risky in this market. Good time to pick up puts on FSLR. People just keep asking me that every single day. No, not yet. Wait, it's still moving up. Yeah, I would still wait. There's still some uncertainty with energy right now, and I'd be careful with that. Hey, good time to pick up puts on FSLR. But what does the double strangle strategy have to do with communist robot sexy dolls? I'm confused by this market. Well, I guess they could strangle you or straddle you if you ask them to. Look at the SPY March chain at the money call put price parity, price disparity. March chain at the money. I mean, put skews ridiculous. If that's is that what you're talking about? Yeah, yeah. Are they are they that far off? Oh, puts are cheap. That kind of shifted since yesterday. Oh, it's because the VIX is down. This run is absolutely nuts. At least it doesn't have the same oomph it did yesterday. Is it possible we die on the Fed speakers? Yeah. Those 40-30 calls have been there all fucking week. So I don't know. There's a chance that they just want to get those out of there. Don't worry, the behavior of SPX is actually just a new form of marketing for the upcoming sequel, Cocaine Bull, the movie. Thank you, Chaku. Without specifics, are you able to average percent wise from selling CCs and CSPs on GME? Mostly I target 2 to 3% yields. There are occasions where you can get significantly more, but yeah, 2 to 3%, sometimes 5, but usually 2 to 3. And I'm usually selling weeklies, right? Can you get Volcker on the Fed speech today, please? That'd be nice. I still have a lot of puts. So with all the upside this morning, do you think once it hits 40-30, it will plunge again? That's going to depend on if people buy more calls and probably what the Fed presidents say today. Well, I can say we probably won't move above the top of the JPM collar. We can if the calls sell off. If the calls, there's not a lot of support on the call side. It's only like $20 worth of range, and all the puts are still down below us. So, also puts are cheap. Think about selling some poor man puts on my longer dated puts. Is this a horrible idea? As long as they're not too close to the money and they're protected, it's not, you can offset your theta decay. What's your sentiment towards the theory we're seeing sort of a market short squeeze before we crash? I think we saw most of that already in July. Um, like market-wide short interest went down massively in January, sorry. Um, and like the early part of Feb. Um, I I don't think there's a lot left. It could be part of that though. We could be seeing share recalls occur still. I think people are still selling out of equities. Would VIX Leaps be anything good or something long dated, something else short dated? If you're gonna get VIX Leaps, don't go too far out of the money. SPX Finna Head and Shoulders. Or it's just forming an uptrend here. I think like buy side pressure is decent. And VIX is driving back down again. So probably just another test on futures at the 40-20 resistance. Or we keep getting rejected. Interesting. Rejected right off 417. We'll see. It's still kind of fighting to get back up to 40-20. I don't understand how yesterday get past our risk desk. With SLD incoming and current positioning, I don't see how someone can hold it up into SLD. If it dumped today, less chance of rebound before SLD. As always, thanks for being here and teaching us plebs. No problem, Lawrence. Thank you, man. I mean, the risk of pumping isn't necessarily that great, right? Because once you have the price up, the shit you bought at the bottom to pump with is worth more money, right? Um, and it really depends on the amount of positioning you're going to move with that pump, right? It was like the other day, if you guys remember, there was that massive like 0 DTE block order on SPX that was like $300 million or something. And on that pump, they sold out of like 2 billion in other securities and SPX contracts, right? So, you know, like a few hundred million to get a few $1 billion back is probably not a bad deal. And I think that position itself made like another 20 million or something like that. For August downturn, there was a big bounce in early September over a couple of days, followed by a continued downside. Should everyone calm down, or something very different this time? I don't think anything's that different. I would probably calm down, especially if you have theta. If you don't have theta, then yeah, you need to reposition and or hedge. But if you do have theta, I wouldn't be too concerned. Not planning to average down your March 6th, March 10th, 39, 38, 25. Or are you waiting for a better exit? Where are those? Those in WeBull? Um, eh, better exit. Although the March 6th are probably fucked. The March 10s, well, I could probably get a better exit on. Will you be listening to the speakers? No. August down to most of the time it's a bitch to find where they're even speaking at. It's like some economic seminar or college, and there's not always like a live cast. What's the JPM collar at? 4065 on the upside. I heard there's 4 Fed speakers today. When are they? I only see one on the Fed website. Okay, so we've got Logan and Bostic at 11 and 11:45, and then Bowman and Barkin at 3 p.m. and 4:45 p.m. Are Fed speakers briefed at all about the current zero DTE positioning in the market? Probably. I'm sure they're aware. Well, I wouldn't say 4 Fed speakers chop. The first Fed speaker hasn't even begun speaking yet. Good morning, Girk. I'm sorry to hear you're still sick. I hope you feel better soon. Do you see GME having any ups next week? I was going to sell CCs to reduce cost basis and wanted to stay safe. Thanks. Towards the end of next week, yeah, there's some potential for some upside. So I'd be careful, or at least, try to target like out of the money enough that you're not really going to take any risk with whatever upside we see. I will say that ETF FTDs are pretty low. And given their range historically, that doesn't lead to a lot of price action. Like I think our highest ETF FTD day is like 500,000. And generally speaking, that's not enough to drive up the price significantly. But XRT is not on reg show, and so that's kind of concerning. If XRT was on reg show, I'd have a lot more confidence with us doing nothing next week. So be careful with them, especially going into next week. Did you see Bostic's speech get canceled yesterday? The hacked Zoom call? No? What happened? How do you like your eggs with your American breakfast? I don't know. What's an American breakfast? March 17 expiration would not be a ton of theta at this point. No, it's not. If you look closely at Bostic's mouth, you can see Larry Fink's hand in there. Yeah, no problem, J Car. I have the April 19th puts from 39, 390p, 30, 385p, May 375p, 360p. I'm scared, Dad. Is this enough theta despite this unreasonable rally? Yeah, you're in a pretty good position, depending on where you entered. Um, and if you entered all of those at the bottom, then you're gonna feel a little bit of pain from the loss in Delta, but you are in decently positioned. The Mays have enough time to survive like any like oversold rally. April's you may have to manage a little more closely, but it seems like those are nearer the money anyway, so not as much risk. 4,100 end of day not out of the question. There's really no positioning up there. I'd be surprised. Waller? Oh, okay. Somebody blasted Danvids. So someone put porn on the Zoom call. That's awesome. Would you say anything has fundamentally changed with your SPX predictions through the end of March? No. I mean, we're still down like 400 and what 480 basis points from where we were during SLD. I'm not I'm not super concerned because we went up 80 BPS. CBOE exchange rule 11.9, 11.13 is being touted as short seller doomsday. I don't quite understand why. Any thoughts? No. Is that the one that they're posting on fucking Superstonk for Reg Show? It just looks like a short buy rollover for Reg Show through CBOE. So like if limit orders don't fill, they can roll them over. I need to dig more into what exactly it affects on CBOE side, but no. The rule change is actually kind of spicy. Was there more to it? I only saw like a screenshot of it someone sent me. So maybe there's more to the rule that I haven't seen yet. Do you have the full change? You want to DM it to me, Dork? All right, thanks, dude. Change published Federal Register. Proof change. So there's a margin requirement change for out of the money index options. So no more equivalent hedging of out of the money puts in order to meet margin requirements. That's interesting. But this only applies to indexes. I'd be interested to see the comments on this. Um, that's fun. Yeah, it includes SPX. Okay. Yeah, I read through it. Thank you, Dork, for sending me the whole thing. I thought everyone was going on about the reg show one though. Do you ever test the market before placing large orders? Sometimes. Somebody loaded up on my put contract on SPY today around 12,000. Nice. Oh, they're cheap today, right? I mean, CBOE is already implementing it. It's not a short sale killer by any means. It requires market makers to carry a more significant hedge against naked open positions. But it's not like gonna kill their business or anything. They're just gonna tune their positioning accordingly. It might reduce volatility on indexes a little bit. Probably not a lot. You think it would be prudent to roll March 31, 375 puts on SPY or wait out this rally? That could be intelligent. March 31, that gives you you're just skirting under 30 days. 375 puts. Those are very far out of the money. Hmm. That's a good question. What's SPX at right now? 400. SPX is still trading above support. I guess if SPX breaks down again, 375. Yeah, you'd probably want more time. I probably wouldn't want to be that far out of the money. Unless I had like April right now. I'm rolling forward my what's left of my 36 and 37.50s. I closed some of them, but I'm gonna roll forward the rest. I'll probably wait until well to see if we hit like 40-30 here, 40-40 before buying back in. Do you see AMD hitting 70 or below by June? I just rolled my April 85 to then, and I want to know if I made a mistake. I kept some capital for DCA if need be. We'll sell before May earnings. Okay. I don't see a problem with that. I mean, you're in the money, right? Yeah, AMD at 80 today. So I don't think you're in a bad position. I think AMD will go down more between now and May, if that's your question. Oh, 70, sorry. Okay, but you rolled your 85. Do you need it to hit 70 to break even now? I tested positive for the clap. My wife was not happy, but she understood when I told her I keep getting gurked by the hedgies. Definitely not going to Thailand anymore. You know, some penicillin will fix that right up. Tell me my 331, 3,900 through 4,000 Ps are safe. You're in a better position. I mean, why didn't you? I'm not going to try to figure out why you didn't close the 4,000 puts at any point yesterday, but um, we'll probably be okay. I mean, you have through SLD too, don't forget. Is it worth averaging down SPY March 10 390s or wait for a better exit and cut losses? Probably wait for a better exit and cut losses. We'll see what happens today. Today could be tricky. We've got a Fed speaker going right now. We got 3 more coming up. And then well, Monday's Monday. A lot of shit can happen over the weekend. Did you sell them completely or roll the marches to April? I took profits on about half the position yesterday morning, and then I closed what I could on the run up yesterday, and then I'm going to re-enter them once this chills the fuck out. I also tried to buy 100 calls on the jump yesterday and only filled on 5 of them. So it was very hard to get into or out of positions on that massive pump. Which was annoying. In the future, if you guys don't know this, if you're carrying a long position or a short position on indices and volatility is picking up, you can place conditional orders to buy calls if the price moves like 50 or 100 BPS against your main position. Unfortunately, as I found out yesterday, sometimes you only fill on 5% of those. No, I made money on the initial trade. If I sold at the bottom, blah, blah, more profits. I just don't like being near April anymore. Okay, that's understandable. I don't see anything wrong with having more theta. I don't think there's ever a point where you're going to ask me, is more theta bad? And I'm going to be like, oh yeah, that's terrible. Unless it's something like very short term, like a scalp or like an intraday play, then obviously like getting tons of theta is just a waste. There's situations on like GME where a lot of theta is very bad, right? But for the most part, most positions are not hurt by having more theta. Fuck. Sorry to hear that, Wessels. How will GME ever get the volume back that it once had? Is the MOAS stream dead? Yes. I thought I was being patient waiting for consolidation at the 3940s yesterday. I bought back into my put position and went to an appointment. I came back to see it in the 3980s. I bought 331, 3800, 3900. Okay, so you bought it in the 3940s, went up to the 3980s, 331. You could consolidate your positioning to the higher strike and roll it out. You could average down. I mean, today's just one day, right? It's not like the market hasn't broken out of the lower range or anything like that. We're not in like a confirmed turnaround. I don't think there's as much to worry about as people are acting like there is. Like we haven't just re-entered a bull market and we're you know, on our way back to 4,200. There's no confirmation of that yet. My 320 3960p is negative 30%. Worth waiting out through next week. $320 3960. Yeah, I mean, you've got some time on it. You only need the option to go in the money, right? My March 31 3950 3900p are looking fairly red. Average down or start buying April's. You could do either or. You can, you can move the 3900, right? 3950 is probably not that bad. But I mean, if I were going to close them, I would probably close them and then wait for the rest of today, maybe into Monday, and then reposition. See if we get rid of some of this call interest on the chain first. Like, don't rush things, right? Like, everyone's in such a rush to reposition. Calm down, because if you reposition too much, you'll probably end up fucking yourself. Devil's advocate, bull trend reversal case. We need to break back up above the collar. Gamma neutral's still very, very, very far above us. I don't know if I think our fucking API shit the bed again last night, but I'll double check. It's like on every volatile day or OPEX, they just don't like to give us data. Okay, we have data for March 2nd, but it's just giving us the, is that just the previous days? Okay, it's just showing the previous days Greeks. What the fuck? All right, never mind. Dr. Cyborg, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, dude. A lot of us are still suffering PTSD from the 2022 July August irrational rally that's leading to the current fear. But we're beyond that point. So like this, we're on the downside of the August rally. This part, not on the fucking upside of it. So I don't like we're in like the September October period. Like if you want to compare the two, which is stupid, but is my June 3900p safe? I want to buy calls to hedge. Okay, yeah. You can also sell you can sell puts. Like if there's no risk of if there's no risk of assignment, you can always use that as a hedge to sell puts against. So like you could sell like a 3900 for like Monday, right? Or uh how's it for, oh yeah, like next Friday 3900s or 750, right? And then you can pull that back if you need to, but in the meantime, that offsets your theta decay by 1.6, right? So that's always an option, something to consider if you have the margin to do it. The rush to reposition is so many have been burned by theta loss, and now 317 are bleeding out. Well, 317 are bleeding out because they're out of the money. It sounds like not a lot of people had very many stops. Or they got gapped over, which was something that happened yesterday. But 317 is still 2 weeks away. And if you're not that far out of the money, then I wouldn't be super concerned. If you are that far out of the money, I have to ask, why are you that far out of the money with no theta? Are you trying to say something to me, Dr. Cyborg? Thank you. The Fed staying at a 25 basis point hike is not bullish. Hetty Zetty. Continued rate increases are inevitably bad. They're not, they don't improve the condition of the market in the near term. They definitely don't help in the future. Do you think we can get our sweet cycle plays back? How do you feel about March OPEX? It's looking okay. And Jimmy's very illiquid right now. It's getting more illiquid. So uh if we see it move back into, like the pre OPEX range where the level of illiquidity is significant enough to trigger a run, then it'll look great. We're not there yet. We've still got 2 more weeks. What's the max amount of theta one should get for an intraday play? 10 trading days out seems excessive. I mean, you can, but it's excessive. This isn't even a confirmation of a bounce yet, is it? No. We'd still have to move above 40.65, like back above the collar. We're still below gamma neutral. So, I mean, like the market maker's still selling into falling prices, buying into rising prices. Volatility's up. And that means that, large moves will be realized very quickly. Like yesterday. Or, the like big drop from, like last week. I didn't stop stops yesterday for my Aprils because they were up so much. I honestly thought it was impossible. They were slightly red when I closed them. Okay. Well, I mean, generally stops, or you want to set your stops when the option is up, right? Once you can lock in profitability. You can set them wide, but at least protect your initial buy-in. Especially if you're up, right? I agree. Yesterday's run was ridiculous, but I mean, there's no predicting that kind of shit. Is there any chance this pump of the market with selling of equities by big players could lead to a weak SLD? Yes. Perhaps even a bull run into March OPEX. I wouldn't say SLD is going to be a bull run. It'd probably just be choppy and volatile. maybe less downside than like the previous ones. Like we might not get like that 200, 300 BPS drop. That's something I would be careful of. Although if puts remain cheap, that may not be true. I don't think we're out of range for I'm still in the put side of my straddle and strangle. So, how many you have? 310. Yeah, I mean you've got a decent amount of theta for that small of a move. I would ask how far is two out of the money on 317 spy puts, but I know if I have to ask, that means I'm too far out. I mean, you don't want to be outside of like the current positioning, right? If you don't have a lot of theta, which means 39.50 to like 40.30 is pretty slim. Or I'm sorry, 30, 39.80 to 40.30 is pretty slim on the put side. So 39.80 to 39.50 is the range in which the majority of puts are right now. You probably don't want to be excessively out of that range unless you have a lot of theta, right? So that 39.80 to 39.50 range, this is still put heavy. Right. From 40 like 4,000 to 40.30 is call heavy. A lot of these are still sold, which skews the count. So you don't want to be too far below this unless you have enough theta to carry the position for a while. If you're above this, I mean, you probably still want to have a little bit of theta because we're on like a call ramp, right? So if you have like 4,000, I mean, you still want a little bit of theta. But I mean, 4,000 is not even a price that we can't see today. I think that's only like 17 bucks out of the money right now. So 39.70s, 39.50s, 39.50 obviously like at the far end, a little more theta is better. If you're a little closer to the money, you can probably get by with a little less. I had a dream I made friends with a wild bear. I took him into my home to point to the point he would cuddle with me. I went to take a selfie and he bit my hand, but only a scratch. What do you think this means? I, I'm not sure. You're right, but if the expectation is already priced in, the best possible outcome is 25 BPS rather than 50 or 75, then wouldn't that pressure upwards? No, it just wouldn't pressure at all, right? I mean, 50 and 75 aren't priced in. right? And futures are pricing in a terminal rate of 5, so like 2.5. And if they're going to continue with rate increases into the foreseeable future, we're going to exceed that terminal rate before the end of the year, right? Which means that, S&P futures for, like December need to price in a higher terminal rate. And if S&P futures in December price in a higher terminal rate, that's going to wreck the contract in front. Do you think of a reason why XRT is not on Reg Show yet, or they choose not to put it on Reg Show? They haven't accumulated enough obligations on it for them to need to, or due to the holiday deferrals, they were already allowed to write out their obligations for the March OPEX, like the March expiration, um, and they simply don't need to put it on Reg Show. They don't need to dodge the audit. Greeks don't have them today. API's down. Yeah, this is fucking so choppy. Is this gonna... I think if we get a bounce here, we've got some call buying going on. Yeah, VIX going up on rising prices, so someone's pumping again. What are they buying, puts, or are they buying calls? Huh. That's tricky. I don't know. Hmm. They're not getting a lot of edge on the market maker right now. Gamma's still negative. My main question is who's buying equities right now? Even if you believe inflation is beat, 4% over 10 years risk-free is an awesome return. And that's ignoring that market PE is too high. And it's not really that great of a return when you consider that inflation's at 6%. With the large amount of OI for 317 at 39.50p, do you think it's likely we'll at least retest that range before then? I think it's very possible, yeah. I'm not particularly worried about the puts that I have open in that range for that expiration. Volatility is up, VIX is down. Sorry, my throat's all fucked up. The stop orders placed overnight protect against gaps in the SPX? No. Well, no. Unless you have overnight trading for SPX. What are you going to do with your March 10 38.25 put? I'm thinking of holding it until next week. I'll probably hold it through Monday and see if I get a better exit. If a few more BR have issues with debt securities, we would probably rally to the first record close for 23, given YEST models 66 points. What? Are you talking about like the CMBS failure by Blackstone? I know you probably already talked about it, but I was in a meeting. Would you mind going over what your thought about PMI and other data this morning? PMI wasn't that bad. Uh, Fairly neutral. I mean, hit some, miss some. It's not PMI is not super significant anyway. Even the non-manufacturing PMI generally doesn't have a huge impact on the market. I'd be much more worried about what the Fed speakers say today. 10 years back over 4%. Did it dip below at any point? I know it went over 4% yesterday morning. I had SPY 317 3080 puts a couple days ago. I was looking to gain 10 to 20% to move down and sell. It's one contract. I appreciate you going into a deep explanation. No problem. Are you out of all of your SPX call hedges today, or do you still have them? I still have them. I have the strangle and the straddle calls. I have stops. Ugh, I have stops set on the strangle calls, but not on the straddle calls yet. So the 3980 calls, no stops. 4000 calls, I have stops set on. How do you feel about Nvidia inversing the market today? I'm sure if the market gets some actual volume and any kind of directionally significant move, Nvidia will follow suit. I think a lot of people are taking profits on Nvidia because now they're skittish after it dropped below 2030 or 230. That's on 394p 317. You're a little out of the ideal range for shorter dated puts for that expiration. You're about a dollar below where I'd probably want to be for 317. That doesn't mean they won't print. I mean, there's still 2 weeks, but um being a little higher wouldn't hurt you, or having a little more time. Any more data today? A bunch of Fed speakers, but I don't think we have any significant data. I don't see anything in the dailies. What's going on with RevRQ shares? I have no idea. I know that there's finally like a date for the hearing, but that's all I know. Do you have any upward trend continue? Do you see this upward trend continuing through next week? Not right now. I mean, it can hold at these levels through next week, but I mean, I don't see anything to cause it to fail currently. Use Feb deferral, then no, just Feb deferral to offset the need to put XRT on reg show. Hmm. F 317 SPY 385p. Take loss and roll out further, or wait and see if a drop comes in. Up to you, man. If you're uncomfortable with it, get more time. Well, Nvidia lost a lot of its 2030 support, but it still has a lot of support at 2025 and 2020, depending on how much profit taking occurs in those ranges. Into the end of this week. A lot of the calls on Nvidia expire today, though, so I think we could see more profit taking occur. All right, futures are trying to break up again. See if they get any momentum this time. That's interesting. A little bit of pressure. Futures move to test 40.25. Uh, hmm. Wow, he's behind on chat. A little bit, yeah. Couple minutes. Upstart shares now cost more than GME shares. Congrats, everyone. What are your thoughts on upper middle class job that offers severance packages that obfuscates delays unemployment data by virtue of said severance packages? I mean, unemployment's not the only labor statistic that people are looking at. So yeah, there's severance packages, but I mean, yeah, unemployment. They're also looking at the number of open positions, right? Which is still very high. Like people are still hiring at a phenomenal rate. There's way too many open positions available that are unfilled. And all those layoffs are fairly minimal when you look at the entire population. VIX's gonna hit $17 today. Geez, they're crushing it. It's going down pretty hard. I don't know if it'll hit 17 today. That seems a bit silly. 310, 39.25 should be rolled, right? It's way too out of the money and too close to time. I bought before the rocket yesterday. Yeah, that's probably needs rolled. Would 34.50 for 616 be safe? No. I'm coming to New York City in May. Where would the best area to look for a hotel be? I have no idea. I don't stay in hotels here. The plaza's nice. I don't know. Like Manhattan, probably. I wouldn't want to stay in like Brooklyn or Queens. I definitely don't want to stay in the Bronx. Where do you think the Fed funds rate will be by the end of the year? Thank you. 5.75 to 6%. Unless inflation cools again. But we don't have any evidence of that yet. So the one DT calls, it will attempt to hold it up until Monday. But going into a weekend, I would think we have a massive sell-off end of day. We could. If they're in the money already, though, they don't need to sell them. They can just let them cash settle. I've SPY April 21, 39, 390, 400s. They're still up 15%. Nice. Nvidia's Aprils are down about 50%. Enough data to withstand this nonsense. I'm not really worried about them rolling out. Not necessary, right? I don't know what strike you're at on Nvidia, but no, I don't think you need to worry about them just yet. Does SPX call ramp look legit today or positioning for a rug pull? It doesn't look very legit, I'll be honest. All of the call interest on the chain is ramping up to like 30 or 40-30, like that, and then it just drops off, which is generally not what we see when we see, bullish positioning. Generally you'll see, um like, a slight decline and then a large amount of call interest at like the next major strike, right? And then, that'll have like a little bit more minimum interest, and then you'll get more interest at the next major strike above that, right? Um, so this is a bit odd, the fact that this kind of just goes like that. Um, Positionally, it looks like they're, trying to get it to 40-30. And then if this sells off, though, there's no downside support, right? And then below this, gamma's pretty flat. And then you get down to like 39.80 and it starts getting very negative. Could the labor data be correlated to the boomers retiring, COVID layoffs, deaths, lower birth rate? What does that indicate long term? That we'll probably need to expand immigration in order to bolster the workforce. So we've got to ease our immigration restrictions. Because, yes, a lot of people took early retirement, a lot of people died. A lot of people found other ways to make money when they lost their jobs and don't want to go back to their jobs. So either pay needs to go up to encourage the retired or semi-retired workforce to come back, or we need to ease immigration standards to get a more robust workforce. Because I don't think that's a problem that's going to be solved. It's only going to get worse unless we tackle it in some way. I got a message from Saxo, something about voting on RevRQ, something or another on the 26th. Okay. I didn't get any message from my brokers yet, but broker. But if I do, I'll check it out. How long did it take you to develop the emotional discipline in trading? Do you have any best practices you can share? Yeah, sometimes losses hurt, but they're not hard to make back. That's something that you should always try to keep in the back of your mind. If you're not, if your port isn't completely destroyed, you can always claw it back. Um, and if your port got blown up hard, there is a fundamental mistake that you made that you should never repeat. Um, Always set stops. It keeps greed from taking hold. And buy more theta than you need. Kenny has gotten soft as fuck. What happened to the days when he shorted the shit out of GME, weak sauce? I mean, GME's pretty illiquid right now, and in a rising market, it takes a lot of liquidity to short against that, right? And they're not going to want to do that. That'll just create more failures, right? shadow ban, interesting. What was shadow banned, NW? I had a busy work morning. Just tuning in. Can you share your current SPX thoughts? We're in the middle of a small rally. Um, I don't know if it'll sustain. We'll have to see. We need to see if more positioning comes into the upside. If it does, then, you've got a position to cover whatever rally is going to be realized before you can short again. That's the way that works. So just waiting. I mean, it's traded between, futures have traded between 40.17 and 40.20 for the last 2 hours. Did you like Atomic Heart? It was weird. It's a weird game. And the gameplay itself is meh. I tried a million times just to say thank you. I'll try again on Sunday, I guess. Why is it not printing your chat? Like, I see them coming in, but they don't say anything. It's all good. Thank you, Dr. Cyborg. I appreciate it, man. Is there anything new to the Nvidia short thesis? Does it need anything new? I don't think it does. Do you think that there are all these unopened positions because more and more people are figuring out how to work from home and are online? And even if they make less money, they prefer it. Yeah, I just said that. I said a lot of people figured out ways to make money without their job. Well, a lot of people got fired, remember, during COVID. Businesses closed down, uh, fired their workforces. Those people, on unemployment had to figure out how to make money other ways, right? And the ones that managed to get this far without getting another job have probably found a way to make money without their old income from their employment. And they're not going to give that up to go back and work for someone else. I made a sarcastic comment saying, "Could you please assess the risk of my position and make a decision for me?" And YouTube censored it. If you use the YouTube app and link it with your TV, you can see your comment and chat on the mobile device, but on the TV, it's not there. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Yeah, I know. It's one of those days. Hey, Pickle, this is my position. Can you fix it for me? April 21, 40C for SQQQ, down 15%. Might cut losses and reposition to May. I feel like I have enough time, but there's double the decay on the position. Should have taken profits when they came. Yeah, I barely got out of my SQQQ calls yesterday. I got out of the shares, thankfully, early because I didn't want to keep carrying them. But, yeah, I got out of the calls like down, well, up. They were still up, but it was like 20% versus the like 80 they were at, or almost 100 they were at in the morning. I'd like to recommend a great alternative way to make money. Yeah, so you can always give hand jobs behind the Wendy's. Bearish, bullish. I mean, we're literally trading flat at 40.20. I'm neither in any significant degree right now. The next Fed president's speaking in 1 minute. Nvidia's starting to sell off pretty hard here. ARM is going public? Oh, interesting. Uh, so you think patience is needed on re-entering SQQQ shares? I stopped out yesterday also. I mean, I'm not gonna buy shares back, but I might start selling some CSPs again. Mm, hold on, let me look at something real fast. If it breaks back below 35, I might start selling some CSPs again. Like aggressively selling CSPs again on it. I mean, I only had SQQQ shares because I got assigned anyway. Pay never goes up, immigration goes up. Well, then they're going to find themselves without a sufficient labor force. Message about Vanguard for RevRQ voting for bankruptcy decisions. Okay. Thanks, Top Shelf. People being unsure on trading theses, looking to others to convince them they're right. Nvidia is a hilarious example here. Don't forget there's a lot more OnlyFans employees now. I don't think those are considered employees. Those are independent contractors. Although I'm not sure if any of the labor data makes a distinction between those. I don't even think they're independent contractors. They simply, I guess it'd be like a 1099. Are you saying that most of the US economy who lost jobs during COVID have become Dans at all the Wendy's? Some people have, yeah. Hey, Pickle, I like my position. Please don't fix it for me. Thank God. The market has been making my positions downward dog lately. Any way I can fix it so I'm not permanently bent over by the Fed president. We'll see what the Fed presidents say. I guess so far they haven't said anything that the market wants to hear. Working a physical labor job, same like selling CCs on your body. Yeah. I loaded 36X Nvidia 225C 0 DTE. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Why? We're not even below 230 yet. This message was sent at 11:45. Thanks, OG Rules. I'm caught up on chat now. I was trying to get to everyone's questions because people are panicky and uncertain because the market went up a little bit yesterday. Even though we're really just trading kind of at the same price we were trading on Monday morning. Upstart looks good. I mean, it looks fine. Upstart's a lot more sensitive to index moves than GME is. It's harder to internalize because you can't build up sufficient inventories. How dare you call all of us emotional traders? I mean, people are being a little emotional. Especially people with theta. Like, I get it if you've got like 310s and you bought them way too far out of the money. But if you have like 317s and you're like almost at the money or within like 30 BPS of the current price, I don't know what the fuck you're panicking about. What's your cost basis on Upstart now? Shit. I don't know the exact figure. roughly like high $13, like 13. I want to say like 1360 something off the top of my head. That's after all the covered call selling. Because I sold 20s when we hit Gamma Max, and then uh, I sold like a quarter of my position at 15 when we were trading around 20. And my initial cost basis was just at 18. So I've shaved about $5 off of most of my shares. Provided I don't get assigned on the $15 ones. Although I'm not sure if I care about that. Our future's still bouncing off 4020. They keep getting rejected at 4020. They're pushing up a little bit right now, 4023. I don't know how much buy interest there is up here. Like obviously not a lot. Breaking up above 4020 has been very difficult over the last hour. Like you keep getting pushes of buy pressure, but they're very weak and very little volume. I'd prefer that we get the pump up to 4030 because then yes, our chances of breaking down are far greater. What I do like is that there's not a lot of call interest underneath us, right? So there's not a ton of in the money calls, and the at the money calls are likely to sell out when they become profitable. And the breakdown of the in the money calls as they become profitable means that there won't be a lot of support on the call side underneath us, right? And if those can kind of, as they sell out, they can kind of rug pull the price action. And there's plenty of puts underneath us, even though it's fairly flat between 3980 and 4000. It's not like there's no puts in those price ranges. Okay, futures testing 4025 now, pushing up a little bit. I don't know if this has a lot of range, but we might break up and hold above 4025 here. Still weak. Yeah, the momentum sucks. I guess they burned it all up yesterday. Hmm. I can't want to just close these. Maybe I'll close out the 3980s. Set stops. All right, so I'm gonna set stops on the 4000 calls from the strangle. Still holding your AMD 317s, or are you looking to roll out? No. I closed those a while ago. I have April's on AMD. But I don't have 317 still. Okay, I'm gonna ban whoever MTB Cork is. It's not me. I know it's not you. Hey Tucker, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Futures are still pushing. Moving up towards 40.27. Still no fucking volume. If you want to play the downside of commercial real estate over the next 1 to 3 years, how would you go about doing so? Default data trends look extremely compelling to me. I don't know. I don't disagree with you. It's such a long time frame though. It's kind of a hard position to hold. I'd have to think about it. 40-30 for SPX or futures? Futures are maybe attempting to hit 40-30 right now. They're struggling a bit at 40-27.50. Mostly the volume just sucks. That's not very sus. It's just moving up on very little volume. We're getting pretty close to the 40 or the 40-30 test right now. Oh, there it is. All right. Fed speakers and data didn't move the market today. I didn't expect that at all. I mean, we moved a little bit into open. We opened up like $20 higher, right? this gonna get stopped out? Probably. I'll just take the rest of the profits. All right, cool. Yeah, I know the fallout process is extremely slow. You would need exposure for probably a very long period of time. I have to think about the best way to do that. I mean, from like an institutional perspective, it's not hard, but for retail, it's pretty difficult. IV on zero GTs never went far past 35%. MM seemed to know it wouldn't move too. Yeah. I was interviewing office space building owners and leasers for some office space. WeWork quoted me a 6-man office at 140 square feet at $2,400 a month with no view. Jesus, that's a bit excessive. WeWork already under $2, so it's not a profitable short. Yeah. That's a good question. I'll have to think about it. Probably quite a bit. What did I want to do here? Oh. Short REITs? Yeah, but you have to like carry that, right? Check DMs. What do you got, Turd? Call put OI, XRT GME. Looks good. I mean, I think we still look good for March. I agree. That supports the liquidity. We still want to see it get shorted one more time real big though, right? Yeah, one more big short. Which probably isn't going to happen on a rising market. So maybe the SLD period. I can't claim my account on Discord because I already have a Discord. How can I link my existing Discord to your channel? You might have to get in touch with Discord support. I don't know what you mean you can't claim your account. VIX 20C 329. Wait for SLD price action and roll there if it isn't good enough to run VIX. VIX playing the long side of VIX feels a lot riskier to me than trying to play the downside of the market. 20C 329. That's not too bad. Yeah, I'd probably roll at SLD if SLD wasn't sufficient. I sold 2 CSPs on Fubo for 18 cents credit. I'm okay with getting assigned. What do you think the chances of getting assigned are? 2 CSPs on Fubo for 18 cents credit. What's Fubo trading at? $1.70? Your chances of getting assigned are probably fairly high. If you're in the money, you're gonna get assigned. Hey Greg, just picked up more April 21 Nvidia 200s. I feel good about those, but not sure how I feel about April 21 190 180. Thoughts on those? April 21 190 180. Well, I mean, if Nvidia drops quickly over the course of the month of March at any point, your 190s and 180s for April will go up. They probably won't go in the money though, right? Like for an option to print, you don't need it to go in the money, especially if you have theta. The value of the option will go up. So if Nvidia drops $30, uh, by mid March or late March, your 190s and 180s are going to be worth money. Like their value is going to go up. So you can sell them. I don't know if it'll go like 180 for April will go in the money. That's a bit more of a stretch, right? It's possible these rallies today, last 2 days was an early roll. I don't think so. No, the roll is a futures rolls are scheduled events. They start occurring once the roll period begins. All the market data, things are awful and getting increasingly worse. Market, let's go up. I mean, yeah, but on like everywhere they're just pumping how great the market is, right? I mean, you can see it with like the division and like some people are bearish and other people are like, oh, this is fine, everything's okay, the market's going to totally recover and go back up, inflation's not a problem anymore, right? But then yeah, on the other side of that we have the data, which is rarely incorrect. This is also like, people talk about Burry a lot. This is the problem Burry has, is Burry only looks at the data, right? And he ignores market sentiment far too often, and that leads to him being very early to things, right? But never really wrong, just very early. These office-based companies aren't understanding that people don't want to commute and spend time away from families, so office spaces need to be beautiful with many amenities to motivate workers. Uh, I would hate to work for you, Stefan. How do you feel about SPY April 14, 390 puts? Enough theta? I'm trying to make back some losses. SPY April 14, 390. Is that enough theta? That's not a bad amount of theta. Ban the bears? Jimmy finally broke 1865 today. Woot. Okay. It only took the market moving up like 130 BPS for Jimmy to go up 30 cents. Awesome. Early is wrong. That depends. That's a question of positioning, not a question of correctness. Tons of people hate their families and they just hate their coworkers more. That's true. They didn't even make up a fake quote explaining the overnight pump. Well, initially they were talking about like Bostic saying bullish shit about rate increases, even though he's not a voting member of the board. What's going on with VIX? Nothing exciting? My 405s I bought for a strangle last week going to print. Expiring today, they're down 90%. I closed the put side for 300% gains last week. Hashtag let it ride. I mean, if you close the put side for 300% gains, why the fuck do you care about the calls? If they print, cool, but probably not. They probably won't. They probably won't print. 40-50 is still a bit of a long shot, I think. You need to, how deep in the money do you need to go? You need to hit like 405.50 or 406, right? Was some of this the fact that the market was just a bit oversold? I don't think the market was that oversold. I think we actually had a decent amount of downside momentum, and we could have kept going down. They just spent billions of dollars to make sure that didn't happen. I think after they lost control of their positioning on Wednesday, when we went down real hard and like into the end of the day, and the market maker hedge started winning out and VIX started rising. I think they got a little panicked after that, and then put forward some serious capital on Thursday to make sure that they weren't in a position where they were going to lose control again. Does this rally have enough behind it to extend it into next week as well? I don't know. There's not a lot of short positioning here, but there's also not nearly as much buying as there was yesterday. I take extremely good care. Yeah, man, I don't if I go to work, I don't want to talk to my boss about the fucking aesthetic of the office, all right? I just want to go there and do my job and leave. I feel like you'd be like, "Hey man, come in my office and check out my new terrarium. I've chosen this fern for all of the terrariums, and I'm going to put one of these on everyone's desk. That way you guys can enjoy the sights of nature while working your 4-day work week." You're probably pumping fucking yoga music through the speakers. Synergy. Ugh. Looks like Jimmy's breaking up an Upstart's chart. Yeah. Can you buy a big terrarium that I can live in? I'll pick the ferns for you. So you want like a greenhouse? Our culture here is no windows, cubicles, ice cold AC. That's actually kind of awesome. My terrarium and this fern is in the receptionist area. I put beautiful things on display for everyone to enjoy. My office is Spartan as fuck. Ugh. Thoughts on my 3800 421p? You should have put a stop on it when it was massively up. Better hope it goes up again. You've got a decent amount of theta. I wouldn't be scared of having to reposition until I don't know when you bought it, obviously, but I wouldn't be scared of repositioning until we near the 4065 mark. I mean, from this point on, upside moves aren't really going to lose you all that much value. Most of the value in your contract is just the theta it has. You and the quants were discussing BGS a month ago. It's up 25% last week. I wrote in the money CCs on all my shares. One of the few bright spots to overshadow my SPX dick punches. Congratulations, man. So what's the plan here? They got us to the positive gamma. Their straddle's printed. Now what? Will they de-risk? Or does this embolden them? We don't know yet because we don't have that much positioning data in this range, right? If we see more and more and more calls come into the upside, right, then we can start to see, where our trading range is going to become. Right now, everything's still pretty much capped at 40-30. There's some call interest above 30, but it's 40-30, but it's very light. And even yesterday's action, right? They were right at the cusp. That was what was one of the things that was so fucked about yesterday, right? Is we traded down into like the failure point of that wedge, right? And then like right when we broke through it, they positioned and we went fucking up massively, right? This was the point at which VIX was going to start rising again. And the hedge was going to take over, and they weren't going to let that happen 2 days in a row. They already let it happen on Wednesday, so they bought, and they bought so fucking hard, right? And me and Dork were talking about this last night because like where they pumped was such a good short entry. So I mean that's fear though, right? So that means the bulls were scared. I know you did. I know you bought right there, Dork. You told me. Sad. It's okay though. Yeah, it is. They don't like day traders and looking to run over us. I mean, it's not just day traders that got blown up there. They don't like losing control of the market maker's hedge. That's what they don't like. Dork needs a terrarium. Dork, do you want me to ship you a fern to pet when you buy a put right before a massive $7-8 billion pump? So do you think at this point buying calls to the upside is kind of dangerous? It is a bit, yeah. I mean, that's why so many people in chat are so uncertain, right? I mean, even without a lot of insight, this is kind of a scary position to be in, right? We're trading right at the range that we were trading at Monday when the market then spent 2 days collapsing downwards, right? So yeah, I mean, buying calls out, especially out of the money, is extremely risky. I'm already out of my straddle calls and my strangle calls now. They're all closed out, so I don't have any more upside exposure either. It would be nicer if you sent me 500 $100 bills. You can have a fern. They just like their 400 401 range until the end of the world. I could buy so many terrariums. You could. Although I feel like you'd probably just buy puts. How much of this market pump would you attribute to China and Japan doing QE in addition to MM's pumping? I don't really think China or Japan's been doing quantitative easing for like 3 decades almost, right? China, I mean, they're still doing QE, but they're gonna run into serious inflation issues really fast, and neither one of those things have a huge effect on like the US markets. This is all just a long con to score myself a pallet of terrariums. Are you gonna sell them on Etsy? After seeing the last episode, I'm convinced there's a South Park screenwriter lurking in here. You gotta see it. I'll check it out. Why doesn't Dork do his own Ko-Fi to pump his port? I don't know. Can someone give me a house down payment? No? How much do you buy a latex to buy a latex replica of your calf slash hoof? $10,000. Gurk, tell me the future. No. I got out with some fast moves yesterday on the pump and only lost 24 bucks. Nice. Made some money today on 0DTE straddles. Thanks for always reminding us to hedge moves against us. No problem. I feel like buying June 4,000 put right here. Any reason to wait? It could go a little higher. 10K ain't bad with inflation at 6%, right? I mean, I've got to figure out how to find a hoof and cast it. I feel like all the effort's really on my side. Should I buy back my GME 317 $18 covered calls here? Why? I mean, you could if you really want to. I don't know when you sold them. I assume at a higher price. We're hitting 407.50 on SPY today, and you know it. 407.50? No, I don't. How? That'd be ridiculous. Is the Fed gonna hike by 25 BPS every month for the next 20 years? Maybe. Well, every month and a half. Closing some CCs for an 85% gain. Thanks to the wrinkles. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Thoughts on SPX bear call spread for May? Sell 4,000, buy 4,100. Bear call spread for May. Sell 4,000, buy 4,100. Okay, so $10,000 risk. Let me look at it. Give me a sec. How leveraged, CML? May 31st? Hmm. Look at May 19th. I'm not sure that April 21 isn't just better. Max 4275 versus 3470. Hmm. There's Well, so the benefit of April is you can realize the downside more quickly, right? So like you're more profitable on a short-term downside move. The benefit of going further out is that your maximum loss is drastically reduced, right? So you can withstand more of an upside move on the spread. I would say that that's actually a tough choice between like April 21, right, where you increase your potential loss, but you're more exposed in the short term versus like maybe like June or July, where your maximum loss is decreased, so you can weather more upside. You have to wait out. You have to wait out additional profitability from theta decay. I don't think more theta is necessarily bad. Also, the more SPX goes up, like generally, I would want to sell that spread like in the 40-50 range. That way you maximize your credit. Let's get some action on that like button. Oh, it's pretty dead today. People are sad. Today's a sad day. Also, I showed up late. How are we going to be 4,100 by the time FOMC happens on the 21st to 22nd? I mean, we could be, but right now it doesn't look like that's true. How do you short CMBS? I mean, you could just short it. There's ETFs. I can't remember the name of it. I'm trying to find it. iShares CMBS ETF. Let's just see. The ticker's just CMBS. When was the last time you saw a 100-point move to the upside in one day? I don't think it's been that long. But Feb 2nd, right? Didn't we move up like yeah, we went up 360 basis points on Feb 2nd. So, not that long ago. So far from yesterday's bottom to today's top, we're up 250. We're getting fairly near a confirmed breakout, though, which is at 252 or 4052. Sorry. Oh, you can increase the thickness of the EMA lines? Hold up. How? Oh, maybe I need to update mine. I'll do it later. Is there any consequence to sitting on the reg show list for too long? No. How is it that April 190 puts on Nvidia lost approximately 50% value on a 2% move from where I bought them one day ago? Did IV crash? You bought them on a downside move when premium was up, most likely. I don't know how they lost 50% value. That seems crazy. I have Nvidia 200s for April, and they went down like 22%. I started taking nicotine supplements. I want to experience improved cognitive abilities. It's super nice. I feel 20 to 30% faster thinking and like significantly more aggressive. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, but now you're addicted to nicotine. How do you like the game that you played last night? It was interesting. Fuck that ETF. It's the one short position that fucked my paper account. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna, I wouldn't buy puts on it. You know, if you're gonna go short on it, you probably want to go short for like actually short, right? Hmm. This week is the second most I've made on cover calls on Jamie so far. Thanks for the learning. You got it, Jen. Congratulations. For the record, I haven't liked not because I'm sad, but because nobody has made any refrigerator jokes. Man, that was weird. Thanks, Stefan. Where do you think we'll close the day? Over or under 4,000? I don't know yet. We still got another Fed speaker during market hours. Right now, positionally, it looked like some profits got taken twice now at tests of like 40.27. People aren't super bullish above 40.25 on the 0 DTE side, and puts are starting to pick up at 40.20 and 40.15. Actually, hmm, interesting. And the pump like feels so targeted, right? Is that just me? Gamma flip 407. Hmm. Knave Dex today still negative. The 317 expiration hasn't really changed very much. I guess there's some more interest at 4060 than there was. $40.25 still super negative. Weird. Hear me out. Banks are pumping the market, DCAing into puts on the moves up, repositioning shorter dated calls to pump again, rinse and repeat until crash. Yeah, we know that. Where do you spend your days? Do you think they're just shooting for above 40-30 to recover the stacked calls there and then downies? I don't know. I kind of want to see the data from today and see how many calls are being sold out of the money. Haven't these ridiculous green energy pumps happened consistently right before big market downturns? Some of them have, yeah. I don't know how much correlation there is with energy spikes and market downturns. Generally, market downturns beget spikes in energy pricing, so hmm. Puts are cheap as fuck. Holy shit. Sell calls here is very advantageous. Is there any way to anticipate when banks are done loading up on puts and when they might let it crash? Probably after they're done selling calls, right? Sell calls, buy puts. Interesting. How profitable are synthetic shorts on SPX right now? Let's go June. To put, sell to close. Sell 41. Call. To put, buy a 4,000 put. Huh. 1-to-1.5 ratio. Hey, Dork. Did JFresh do his like VIX SPX correlation chart last night? Because look at this, right? Right? But then look at this. So this is all concentrated at 0 DTE. Yeah. Tell me SPX is being manipulated by the options market without telling me SPX is being manipulated by the options market. Huh. Here's a question, Dork. How many of those do you think are sold? I want to say everything above 40-30. Think about the skew, right? Currently, the gamma exposure is negative still. So they held off the correction until Monday. Thanks, my puts are saved. I mean, I don't see any. Like, I'm looking at the 317 expiration. There's not a lot of calls. Barely any. Does that mean that they're gonna start selling them off today? A sudden sell-off could send this thing careening into the abyss. A lot of fucking calls for just today. You want to see something really fun? Hold on. Sheesh, that's hot. Are they selling in the money fucking calls for 39.65 and 39.75? Those are super concentrated at that strike, maybe? Possibly. I mean, IV at the 39.65 strike is 10%. IV at the 40.90 strike is 8.76. The April one's even more fucked up. For April 42.10, it says the IV is at 5.22. I finally finished acquiring 100 shares of SPX. And it looks like they're selling shitloads of calls at 40.90 and 40, like, well, 40.90, 4,200, 41.75. And then like 40.80 through 40.95. So like a shitload of calls sold above the JPM collar, which makes sense. But 41.25, and then further out, they're selling calls at like 4100, 4110, 4170, 75, 4210. 4210, the delta at the 4210 strike is down to 197. The delta at 4200 is 26. Where did Nvidia go? Oh, eh. Well, when you, so if you're selling calls, it's gonna drop the delta at the strike, right? Just 317. We'll call it. If we hit 40-30 sell off now, we'll see. There's still a lot of 0 DTA calls. Let me see what futures are doing. I don't know. Futures might have some room to keep moving up. They're kind of hung up on 40-35 right now. Don't forget, they can hold those calls into close because they're cash settled, right? A lot? You mean a metric feck load? I was being subtle. ES hit 40-35. I'm okay with it dropping now. Come on, little guy. You can do it. Well, it's starting to reject, but not sufficiently. It can break either way right now, honestly. Rev papers, what mean? I have no idea. I haven't seen them. There's like a vote for something, right? No, and Trinio fucked us again. Awesome. Nvidia over 235. Yep. I bought a May 3900p at the absolute top just now. That's right, SPX. That was the top. You shall not pass. I wouldn't challenge it too much. How's volume looking? It's dropping a little bit. Fucking VIX is flat. Most of today, actually, the VIX really hasn't done much. It went down this morning, and since then it's been pretty stagnant at like 1870, 1860. There's a huge amount of options interest right now, so that's probably why the VIX isn't continuing to drop more. What's your gut telling you about today? That it's moderately short-lived, at least right now it is. The positioning is. Boo the stock. Looking at picking up any more longer term puts. Yeah. Would have been nice to be on the right side of this curve. Oh well, I bet the market moves again. Mom, the market's being irrational again. Are we all early burries? I don't think we were that early. We were kind of right on time with the SLD drop. Win call capitulation. We'll see. We're starting to move into a range with less interest. So, I think any rejection here will probably be met with call selling. And futures are starting to fail a little. Yeah. I don't want to say that because it's still a little uncertain, but a little bit. If more volume comes in, it'll shift trend again, though. Upstart leading indicator? Oh, maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. What's more likely, Harambe's death splitting our timeline, or the rapture happening already, and we're currently living in the apocalypse? Interesting. I don't know. Why you no even acknowledge saying not now, Darth? This saddens me. Fuck you on about? I already saw your thing this morning. When were all those 3-3 expirations purchased, sold? A lot of them are today. A few were towards the end of yesterday. But if you scroll back, you can see the updated OI on SPX. Robin your hood. It was like, what, 10 minutes ago or something? I pasted them both on the screen. Was this institutions trying to get retail to buy the top? Institutions trying to sell their shit. I lost 50 pounds in the last month. Investing money in the London stock market wasn't a good idea. It's a small town AI living in a lonely AI. The AI took the midnight train going AI. Do I have a feeling there's going to be some bearish news over the weekend? I will say there could always be bearish news over the weekend. Yeah, no problem, Robin. We are in part of the Sim City where they get bored and start making up disasters. Reloaded more June 200s. Next re-up at 240. Okay. As far as I'm aware, the market maker on Nvidia is still like pricing the top at like 237. So puts bought in that range are probably pretty decent. Provided they have theta. Are there many options expiring today? If so, what's the skew? There's a fuck ton of options expiring today. My entire port's down 50%. I'm not worried for now, but if theta, so I can wait for the market to stop being irrationally bullish. Do you know the cheat codes to enter on my paper trading to transfer the money to my real trading account?
That's not a real thing, Janification of the stock market. Nvidia 210 puts with 316 expiry, not enough theta. 210 puts, 316 expiry. Risky. 317? I don't know. It depends when you're entering them, I guess, but they're a little risky. You're gonna be fighting theta decay the entire time. You didn't think the market was irrationally bullish when you had SPX calls? Yes, I did. The stock market plunge of 2008 was worse than a divorce. I lost half of everything, but I still have my wife. Wait. Okay. I missed the Fed speeches earlier because I was stuck in a meeting. Anything particularly juicy said during them? Or just more misinterpreting and delusions happening right now? I haven't heard any news about either of their speeches. I bought my puts from 237, 238 for April, and I'm down 33%. They're for 180. Am I gonna be okay? You bought them between 237, 238, and you're down 33%? How? Those haven't lost 30% of their value to theta. That can't be correct. Unless you bought it like peak volatility, like right after earnings or something. Or do you think we'll retract on SPX? Maybe Jerome tanks the market. I mean, when's Powell talking? Next week? He has his like biannual testimony. To be fair, that usually doesn't do a lot. He generally just reiterates the same shit they say to the public, but to senators or Congress people. Thoughts on selling GME CCs at these prices? Are you selling them in the money or out of the money? Nvidia April 21, 235p, a decent strike, or roll for more theta. I'm currently down 20%. What the fuck? How are people down so much on these? It's trading at 235. What did you buy an in the money put? I I assume people are either bullshitting me or stupid. This what's got pricey after earnings. But like, when the fuck would you buy a 235 and it's down now? Sitting 10, 36, 3900 at 775. After that OI update, I'm about to go full degen and average down for a 3.6 at 3900. No, that's still stupid. That's on 18cc for next week GME. You might have to pull it back before the end of the week. On the last pump when Ivy was high, like well, no, not pre-earnings, because why the fuck would you be buying a 235? Yeah, it must be the IV, but Jesus Christ. Like I'm like $35 out of the money on my 200s, and they're only down 20%. I started investing in Egyptian tourism until I realized it was just a pyramid scheme. Oh, okay, you are telling jokes. I have 421 230p for Nvidia down 10%, bought right after earnings. 421 230. Okay, so see that now that makes the other ones make even less sense. Dixie is crashing. No, it's not. It's down 32 BPS. I will say the pound's up quite a bit today. So is the yen. Um, VIX is going up. Okay, VIX is going up. Ooh, I want to get more Netflix puts. How? Yeah. Do we see Jimmy dropping before March OPEX? I have some funds settling on Tuesday. It should, yeah. We should see like one more bigger short on it. Is this a relief rally? I don't think so. There's not a lot of puts closing out. There's a lot of options positioning going on right now, like a shitload of it. Some of my 200p are down like 40% IV. IV took some. Huh. The general public is made to believe that options do not move the market. It's the underlying. You as an options trader seem to feel the opposite based on hearing you for 2 years. Thoughts? I mean, options shouldn't move the market, but the more illiquid the market becomes, the greater the effect options leverage and hedging has on the market, right? In a very liquid market, options are just insurance. But in an illiquid market where most of the transactions are being done by the market makers, you end up with the tail wagging the dog. And the S&P 500's the most illiquid it's ever been right now. A lot of that due to quantitative tightening. I panic closed my call hedge and it would have made up my losses today. Boof. Hmm. When did you panic close it? At 40.30? What? When did the market stop going up that would have generated panic? I think there would be a better chance to roll 317 puts early next week. Not necessarily. We're kind of at the top of the call interest right now. So there might not be a better opportunity, at least based on the current positioning. I think Netflix 280 by 4.9. I just bought some more June 300s. Kendro, you got censored, buddy. That's never good. Oh, censored right off the main page of the Ko-Fi. What's the proper etiquette when sharing dildontics with your neighbors? Oh boy. Last time Mrs. Smith borrowed some, she returned them, but I don't know if it was cat hair or if she got them on there while playing with her meat puddle sugar walls. Thanks in advance. You know, Kendra, you never cease to amaze me. You you probably you probably shouldn't share. Thanks, man. Netflix 315 0 DTEs. That's fucking crazy, right? Hmm. You know what I actually want? Hmm. So SPX is its lowest liquidity ever. All the data coming in is awful. Inflation running away from the Fed, continuing to increase, but the market is up like 3% in like one trading day. Healthy. Yeah, but still down 3% from 2 weeks ago. Market crash today. Okay, fine. How about Monday? Uh, Everything with the crashes. It's so hyperbolic. How about just steep correction maybe at some point soon? Did VIX just pop the bubble? VIX is doing a thing where it's going up while the price is going up, which is, well, it was. And now it's just going up because the price is going down. It's easier to type crash than steep correction. I suppose so. Market crash, same like MOAS. Kind of, yeah. I mean, probably a higher likelihood. I can live with 5% down throughout the next week. We'll see what happens. When Burry sell tweet, I mean, he actually timed that one pretty well for him. I left this morning to make nervous white and brown earlier. I just got back. What due to my bear market data bear, I thought you were the leader of this cult. Patience. Am I understanding correctly that most of the positive gamma on SPX expires today? So theoretically, there would be sell-offs of the hedges next week. Yes, potentially speaking. Or today. About a 307C, 0 DTE, 100 times gains. Here I come. Hashtag this won't print. Oh boy. I know of several market crashes. I don't know of any MOAS. Uh, there was that natural gas ETN that kind of MOASed. Gateway went up like 28,000%. Was it a meeting? Anything I should care about? I don't know. Probably not. What if you're wrong and we're actually in a bull market now? Okay. Then I'll buy calls. In fairness, MOAS is never defined. We can call stuff 20% at MOAS. Also, MOAS equals 1,000 bagger. I suppose, yeah, it's a loosely defined term. Is this future rejection of 4040 the market crash? Okay, dork. That's I don't know. But that's enough out of you. Do you have long dated calls on VIX still? Yeah. Remember how bullish I was some days ago because SPX, not out of the money though. I sold the out of the money ones. They sucked. Remember how bullish I was some days ago because SPX bounced on the SMA 200 plus two important trend lines? Turns out I was right, despite the predictable bad news already priced in, as I said. What? Dude, the fucking market pumping $7 billion has nothing to do with it bouncing off the 200 SMA. It also then crashed through the SMA 200 the following day after you said that. You can't just be right after you were wrong completely. That's not how that works. Entering request to call steep correction. Ouch. One less character than crash. Okay. I think there's a chance. I do think most people mean steep correction, but say crash because it's easier to type. I just want downs, no matter what we call it. Fair enough. I was just looking at the VW chart, trying to figure out where we're at. Gateway may have gone up 20. It went up 20,000%, not 2,800%. It opened below the 200 SMA. I don't use GPS when my boyfriend's wife asks why I get so lost so much. I tell her I just use the VW chart to figure out where we're at. Oh, okay. Tesla around 200, probably good to get back in puts. Oh, I never closed my puts. I guess. I have like pretty far dated puts on Tesla. I'm not super worried about them. How much more stack is VIX calls in the past 2 days? VIX calls were going up a lot yesterday. I don't know how many sold off on the drop though. I'm sure some. The further dated out of the money positions probably haven't moved, but the like 24s might have closed. Did you see LCDX warning everyone off in Billionaire chat yesterday or early yesterday morning? They were going to hit SPX 4000. They were saying that all week though, while we were going down. Also, we're nowhere near 4000 or 41. Wasn't it 4100? Yesterday early morning. Based on what? 4150. Oh, okay. Or 4050. VIX still going up. Yeah. $40.50 or 4,000 based on TA. TA is fucking stupid. Why is VIX moving up so much over the last 30 minutes? Lots of options positioning right now. Usually options being bought, given the fact that it's going up when the price is going up. Earlier, I cut my 38.50 for 321. Smart. 321, 38.50. I mean, probably. Do you have a? Are you re-entering it or just cut it? Would have probably been better to cut it yesterday. VIX moving up equals failure at major SR level. More likely, no. Again, don't do TA on the VIX. Any indication on what those options are? Well, earlier they were shitloads of out of the money calls. Now they're at the money calls. I would say maybe put buying. I don't have an update yet. Not since the VIX started moving up. I'll let you know in a little bit. I'm trying to figure out if this is failing. I'm trying to look at the futures order book depth. It looks like sellers are piling in a bit around 40-30, but I don't know how the fuck we get from where we're at now to there. If SPX tops out at a lower high, would this be a good entry for puts? Yeah, it's not bad. You gotta confirm the top though. So probably a pullback below the 40-20 level again. Can we have VIX on screen? Yeah, I can pull it up. Give me a second. Volatility is picking up quite a bit, actually. I said 40-20. 40. Oh, 40-30. I said I was looking at the futures order books. Futures are at 40-35. Was DDS the play all along? It's you can make decent money on DDS, but it's very hard to get any meaningful leverage. It's expensive as shit. And there's like no options. Hmm. What's NQ doing right now? Well, that's kind of interesting. NQ might be the first one to break down here. QQQ looks a little bit more stable. Hmm. Is everything about to sell off super fucking hard or something? VIX has to almost be bottomed out, right? It looks like it only dipped below where it is now 4 or 5 times in the last year. I mean, it doesn't have to be bottomed out, right? If the market keeps going up, it absolutely could be. I mean, you can wait for a pullback sufficient to confirm it. Um, Generally, you get a volumetric momentum shift. So if you're not great at TA, look at your volume. You know, consolidating volume into an upside test and then increasing volume on the downside is generally a reversal. But I'd use longer time frames to confirm that. I wouldn't use like the 1 minute. Hmm. OI updates? Maybe. Hold on. Let me double check. Yes. In the money calls are selling off a little bit here. Not a ton. Puts are picking up 40-25, 40-20. Concentration of put volume still at 4,000. There's still some downside support at 40-25 on the call side. I don't know if that's going to start getting pulled back or not. Is this? Okay, yeah, this is the most. I should have another update in a minute, actually. Let me see how this is looking. Give me 1 second. Puts are starting to pick up below 39.70 again. And at 39.50. Also 4,000 and 49.90 flipped negative. Interesting. Hmm. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out. So if there's puts coming in 40-25. All right. Anyway, I should have another OI update in a couple of minutes though. Any fellow Mountain Blade players in here? I don't even know what that is. Are these 0 DTE? Yes. Descending wedge, those typically break up, right? Typically. Although I don't really know if this is a descending wedge yet. Sort of. It's kind of already broken up and then failed, but it's finding support at like just above 40-30. Could JPM kick this off by selling a shit ton of futures? I mean, as far as like the the collar hedge goes, they shouldn't have a lot of futures hedge left because we're inside the collar. Could yesterday and today be the 5 to 7 day rally recovery you mentioned yesterday-ish? No, that's more towards the futures roll. And I would expect that to be a bit bigger than this. Is Nvidia going to break out to the upside? I don't really know. It doesn't have a lot of positioning that high up. Like, everything's kind of run the extent of its call positioning right now. I was watching the infamous Mr. Hands video last night, and it made me think of you. How do you control yourself and keep from walking or thrusting all the way in? The love box is 4 to 8 inches, but Centaur's bacon bazooka? Oh, Jesus Christ. Fun prediction. Bobby reaches 20 before 39.25. Okay, good luck with that. I feel like flipping tables. Can we get a song for therapeutic reasons? If I play the VUP song, the market might crash. Did you say you were going to invite JFresh Dork and Darth Dan over for a game of Hungry Hungry Hippos on the Pigeon Whale stream this weekend? No. No, I did not say that. Play VUPs. Wait, hold on. Let me buy some calls first. Hmm. Let's see what happens.
Pickle, 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 pickle,
Are you out of your Jimmy cover calls? Most of them. Which ones? VIX green, SPX red. The VIX is not green today. It's down like 4%. There's still a shitload of repositioning going on. Is Nvidia gonna hit 460 billion today? We'll find out. What's Upstart doing? %. This is all very strange. Huh. Meta's up 6%. Apple up 3%. Hmm. All right, now I have another update. $40.45 call volume going up. 40.50 call volume going up. I think it's a fucking 40.50s. Like, 40.45 went up a lot. 0 DT. Ooh, interesting. Why does ES keep failing? I feel like people are going super long on SPX, but futures aren't keeping up. Like the call side interest on SPX isn't like really reflected in the amount of futures contracts being bought right now. I don't know. I'd probably protect the downside. Because it kind of looks a lot like where we ended up yesterday. With like, you know, put interest skyrocketing and then futures just bought in really hard, right? Because there's sellers on futures and VIX is going up, and that's tricky. Calls or puts? Strangle, maybe? Actually, strangling here doesn't seem that bad. No, it's like the opposite. Not pump, but maybe dump. Like everyone's getting super fucking bullish on SPX, but like no one's buying into futures hard. And it looks like sellers are kind of lining up at like 40.35 now, 40.30 and 40.35. I don't trust all this fucking 0 DTE call volume. There's a gap up to 40.90. On what? There's a gap up at 40.80. Are you talking about this? These? And they don't have to fill. They didn't fill last time. He meant 40.90 and he was referring to Upstart. Is the market gonna get rugged? I don't know. I don't know if it gets rugged today. I mean, there's plenty of calls on the money that don't need to sell off. And volatility is kind of already moving up. It'll be interesting to see which way this breaks. Yeah, I'm gonna buy some strangles here. I'm honestly kind of surprised there isn't some huge institution looking at 0DTE call volume and thinking to themselves, why don't I just rug the shit out of these losers? I feel like that's a more likely scenario than 25-cent lottery tickets go $10 in the money. But we'll see. I can say this much. This consolidation is going to break. Probably before the end of the day. How wide? About 40-40, 40-20. $39.80s? $40.80s? Fuck off. That's way too wide. Gurk, my GBCCs are in pain. How much longer do I have to hold out until they taste the sweetness of green once more? Where are they? When did you sell them? I have no idea. I don't know what your position is. Hey, Gurk, why is Upstart rising so hard? When do you think we can see $15 again? I mean, the market's going up. That makes Upstart go up. Next week? Why does this feel like yesterday, except the opposite, or SLD? Why does this feel like yesterday? That's what I'm thinking. It kind of feels like yesterday, except the opposite. But we'll see. This consolidation could really break either way, and there's, I don't know. It's either futures sells off here pretty hard, or um, someone comes in and starts buying and pushes all the SPX calls in the money. It's too hard to tell. No one's buying the upside on futures right now. But people are positioning to the downside to sell off, so we'll see what happens. I feel like we get the answer in the next couple of minutes. Probably. Yeah. I think it's weakening, but that's what I want. So the opposite will most likely happen. SPX rip. Okay, that's a great way of doing analysis. SPX is hedged with futures, and futures are hedged with XPS. So it's a mutual relationship between the two of them. However, futures are a far more liquid market. Can SPX help predict futures? Not always. Hmm. Volume in futures can have a significant impact on SPX, though, like we saw yesterday. The closer you get to the roll, the more impactful movements in futures become. If this goes down hard, how hard will it go? If futures hit 40-30 with momentum, uh, they might drop down to like 40-20. It's really hard to say because like sell-offs beget more sell-offs. If we don't see VIX going up with the drop, though, it's probably not going to be sustained for very long. I mean, all the call positioning's pretty much for 0 DTE right now. So I don't think it's gonna be like a multi-day trend, but that could obviously change by next week. Fix get a gap to 14. Is it fair to consider them two parallel tickers influencing the same underlying, for lack of a better word? Um, yeah, you could. That's not exactly the relationship between them, but they are highly correlated, usually. Why would they wait to buy longer dated calls on SPX? They should have bought them yesterday. Well, calls are kind of expensive right now, but they can get it into a range where they want to reposition. It's easier for them to reposition here to the upside, right? Because the price is more stable. Where do you think the Fed's fund rate will be by the end of the year? I think if inflation continues to heat up, they're going to have to raise the terminal rate. Um, I'd say 5.75 to 6. I don't think the amount of demand on the supply chain was properly accounted for with China reopening, and that's going to fuel a period of increasing inflation, which is going to promote more fear that the Fed isn't capable of doing anything, which is going to lead to a stronger reaction from the Fed. We think we'll get a better opportunity to sell GMECCs to expire on 3/17. Sounds like you didn't think ETF FTDs will have much of an impact on price action. I don't know. I don't like that XRT is not on Reg Show during the period, but no, the ETF FTDs are pretty low. No shot of Jimmy getting to $30 this month. I mean, I don't know about 30, but there's a chance it runs towards the end of the month during OPEX. I just don't think it's going to run in the early part of the month. Not hard. Hmm. $70. Nvidia MOAS keeps pushing up. And Q's pushing up really hard too. And just got a shitload of volume. So now we break to the upside. We just gotta wait it out. We'll see what happens. What's MOAS? Jimmy runs to 25.30. Would you sell in the money CCs at like the 20th strike for 3 months out to greatly reduce cost basis? Maybe at 25. I probably wouldn't sell 20s at $30. Jimmy's up $1. Relax. Is this the breakout? I don't know if this is going to fail or not. I should probably put some stops on my calls now, though. No. Oh, wait. Stops on the puts. Are we bullish into next week? I'm not. At least not yet. I don't see any reason to be right now. I'm not super bearish, and we could just open next week right at these same levels. Most of the call buying's still for today. I don't see any significant call buying coming in on like the monthly expiration. $265 is the collar. Gamma neutral's still pretty far above us. I mean, if you had a thesis for being bullish, I'd love to hear it. One green day does not make a bull market. Literally could not be teasing my upstart 19Cs any closer than this. 40-45, probably. If this keeps breaking up, 40-45. That was actually NQ pushed up. I mean, SPX, like, ES got a little bit of volume there, but not quite as much. NQ's still getting, like, buy pressure right now. So NASDAQ's moving up. QQQ looked a little more bullish today anyway. Does 2 green days make a bull market? No. The lack of really bad news. I mean, inflation continuing to go up isn't really bad news to you. PCE printing hot 2 times in a row is not good. That data point could move up really, really fast if that trend continues. Puts are stopped on those. Yeah, the puts are stopped. What happens after SPX 4040? 4045, and there's just not a lot of positioning above it. Well, we haven't had any volume to the downside, so what's the gonna sell off into? Like, we've barely had a downside move today that moved more than like one strike. Bull thesis: Dixie strength and bond weakness suggest cash on the sidelines while short-term traders have become overweight short. 25 BP raise could unwind shorts and inspire sideline cash long. Bonds aren't weak though. And Dixie is not that strong. Like, Dixie's way down from where it was 2-3 months ago. It's just been chopping at like 104, 105. I mean, like 80% of the positive call volume on SPX today is 0 DTE. So 10-year bonds at 4% is super bullish. Who would want a historically safe all-time high bond? Stock market and economy are fine. Big number mean good. I don't think the bond market's weak. It's shorted, but I don't think it's weak. Have we seen any of the puts on the March 17th chain fall off today? Or are they just chilling? Some of them closed yesterday on the pump. The rest seem to just be hanging out there. No. A lot of the SPX OI is dated for today. I mean, especially the OI that's come in today. Thanks, Kendra. I guess we found out which way it broke. Yep. Still has room. I am going to set stops, though. Mm, 40-50s, maybe. 40-45 is where the concentration of interest is right now. Although, if we hang out here at 40, like sub 40-40 for long enough, we can get more call interest at 40-50. Depends on how long it stagnates. Is this a relief rally you were talking about a few days ago? This wasn't so much a relief rally. Relief rallies are fueled by puts selling off. This was, I mean, partially fueled by puts selling off, but only once it pumped super hard. Does VIX increasing also affect individual stock pricing of puts? Example, if VIX spikes $2, will my puts on my stock increase or not notice, assuming SPX doesn't move? Yeah, it does. Well, I'd hate to see a relief rally. I mean, if it pushes up more, it's going to become one, right? Because more and more puts are going to sell off, like longer and longer dated ones. If it gets locked up here and we don't break through the upside of like, 40 50 40 60, then uh you know a breakdown becomes more likely. If we get above like 40 65 and back above the collar, then longer dated puts are going to sell off, and then you can get an actual like big trend shift that continues. Is my PFP offensive? It's weird. I've only been able to listen here and today because of work. How long do we think SPX will stay up? 40 40 40 40 50 seems like a likely high. Right now it does. We have to see if more positioning comes in. I mean, there's still an hour and a half till close. So, I mean, they can come in and buy more 40 50 calls and 40 60 calls, right? And we can move up higher. Is this OPEX? No. Jimmy's traded like 1.6 million volume today. SLD's been over for a while, man. I was thinking longer dated puts haven't dumped. Similar to how it was telling that JPM collar was not rolled a couple weeks ago when we were above it. I mean, it's telling, but that doesn't tell you how long this is gonna last, right? I feel like a lot of these questions are still holding out hope for big downs today. That's not very likely. We could get a sell-off into close, but from these levels, like, we're probably not going to go under, like, 40.25, right? Like, none of the calls at, like, 4,000 or 410 are going to capitulate at all. They'll just hold into the end of the day and cash settle. Would it be possible for this hypothetical new 40-50 calls to not drag the price up without corresponding new puts? Sure. I'm still trying to expand my Fubo share position via DCA and some put selling. What do you think the low point for Fubo is in the next 90 days? Probably in the next like 2 weeks. Are you gonna shed Nvidia puts when it busts through 240? No? I mean, as of now, all of my puts on Nvidia are in April, May, and June, and September. So I kind of don't give a shit what the price is doing today. Given that we're higher, that we closed at last week, and the serious number of puts, previous days like this have ended with us just ripping even higher in power hour. It's possible. If you're afraid of us ripping higher in power hour, buy some like out of the money calls and hedge. How likely to hit sub 150? Sub $1? I don't know if sub $1 is very likely. 150 is possible. Could this recent mini pump be an indication of some institutional recalls? Also, especially if longs are trying to exit while VIX remains depressed and manipulated. It could be. I mean, people are still selling equities. Like, if you look at like the big pump yesterday, you know, even on the mega caps, it wasn't realized to that great of an extent. Which means, you know, people are selling into the buy pressure. They continue to sell out of the money calls, especially on SPX 40, like the 4090 and up. Lots of near and farther dated calls being sold, shitloads of them. So it could be an accumulation of credit. You know, put buying would follow suit. Today there's a lot of repositioning going on, which is why VIX is kind of elevated, even though price is going up. Still move up to 40.45. How likely to have a sell-off of zero? The only sell-off you're going to get of zero DTs are going to be the ones that are at risk, like at the money. Like the in the money ones aren't going to sell off. No, that's not what a bear trap is. Yesterday was a bear trap. SPY 317, 385p, average down, take the loss and roll out further. 317, 385. You're pretty far out of the money. I would probably want more theta. Horizon, are you waiting now that there was a buyout? I'm shares only at same. Makes sense to sell and re-enter once the buyout's done? No? I mean, if they get bought out, they'll probably get bought out closer to their, like, you know, enterprise value, which is, I think, higher than their current share price. Horizon's trading at a pretty decent discount right now. So there's a good chance that your shares would be worth more in a buyout scenario. So institutions actually holding the shares are selling, while SPX options positioning is forcing the MM to buy the shares to hedge, which helps prop up the price. Yeah, that's one way of thinking about it. American breakfast equals donut, bacon, egg, and extra double cheese. Ew, that's fucking disgusting. Why would you put bacon and egg on a donut? Can you provide an opinion on QQQ 260s for May? I want to DCA into them for the steep correction thesis as they're continuing to rise up in the short term. Holy shit, that's really far out of the money. Interesting. QQQ 260 for May. If you expected those to go in the money, I would probably want them for like June or September, not May. I gotta move my stops. Hold on. $40.45 is stacked. Selling the underlying doesn't manifest itself in the price of the SPX until puts are purchased or futes are sold off. Yeah. I mean, it does, but you can, you can leverage it in the short term in order to prop things up. Bullish to consider holding March 31, 385 through next week, looking for a better exit. I don't think it's foolish to wait for a better exit. Any economic news next week to stack into the 500 horrible data points we have already? Next week we have Powell's testimony on Tuesday. I think we have we have more auctions. 3-year, 6-month, 3-month, I think should be coming up next week. We have some jobs information. I think Jolts should be next week, and then non-farm payrolls, right? We have not like all of next week should be the labor data. So it's non-farm payrolls and like the unemployment rate, labor market participation. Then the week following that, we move into CPI, PPI again. He does a biannual testimony for fucking. Is it the Senate? It's like a 2-day event or something like that. Usually the economic conditions, the Fed's like forward intentions, stuff like that. Yeah. 40.45 is pretty stacked, yeah. I got out of 3 hours of meetings. The SPX is almost at 40.40. What's going on? It's still driving up on 0 DTE call volume. Do you like Costco at this price? Wow, Costco's getting kind of fucking walloped today, huh? Generally speaking, yes. If I thought the market was gonna shift direction, I would probably pick up like 40, 80, or 500 calls here. I think I can go a bit lower. I don't know if we'll get back down to 40, 50, but maybe like the 40, 60 level. I usually pay attention to Costco for like opportunities. Ugh. Fucking ridiculous. Are those really 12,000 call leaps on SPX? What's your holding period on those? I don't know. I only have one. It's just got a lot of Vega, so it's really sensitive to changes in the VIX. If the market actually crashes, then they're worth like a bunch of money. But no one may buy it. That's true. That's why I only have one. It would be stupid to take losses on April 395s, right? Plenty of time. Yeah, I wouldn't be super worried about those. Above 4065, it gets a little more dangerous. Hold on. Who's making far out of the money calls in a market crash? They have a lot of Vega and Row. People who need to hedge those things. Nvidia target? I don't know. Market maker's pricing in like, I think it's like 237, 238. So it's probably nearing the upper part of its range, provided the index doesn't keep running. Is it a good entry point for SQQQ? Not quite. Maybe closer to 36. I would consider picking it up. Today's a really like strange day positionally. I wouldn't make too many rash decisions based off of it. We have an extreme glut of 0 DTE calls pushing indices higher, right? Futures volume still fairly weak. And puts are underpriced. There's been no change in like the macro, right, at all. So I wouldn't view it as anything more than, you know, a brief rally, at least currently. Positioning can change into next week. The macro technically got worse. Well, only because the market's up higher now. When we hit 4,100 today, do you think that would confirm a rally? We're not hitting 4,100 today. Feels like I have some theta 331 and beyond, but put pricing can shift pretty rapidly if they take their zero DTE thumb off the scales. Yeah, I mean we're already seeing a lot of options positioning today, but we don't know where it's gonna fall, and a lot of it's just zero DTE call buying, right? I bet you a calf pick Fute's top 4065. Futures in an hour and a half? Um, hmm. It's moving back up again. Let me see something. Gonna make me overhold my calls. Nah. Right? Am I losing my mind? 4065 would be fucking crazy. I have a couple 317 spy puts I'm hanging out to for next week. One is up, one's at break even. Am I crazy? No, not necessarily, especially if you're even and up. I'm not closing any of my like 40/50s. God, people get bullish, they get so fucking dumb. 80 minutes of straight drop, please. I don't know. I'm stopped out of my calls now though. I kind of want to just straddle again. I guess I'll see if we fall back to 40/35. I do my best to listen to your advice for others, but no one else has my strikes, so I'm sorry to ask, but are my 320, 3900s, and 3950s going to go in the money, or should I look for a better exit to cut losses? 3900s, not so great. 3950s, they have a chance. Platinum going to squeeze like an 08? I mean, if commodities heat up, it could. Palladium looks really interesting. $4,000 end of day. Everyone's so polarized. 2300 on NQ. Burke, don't you see it? This is the market. Stocks, bonds, re. Yeah. You ready to zoom out on the SPX chart? What, this? Sure. This is just an accumulation of lines. My actual SPX chart has like 10. But I'll try to add some more if I get a chance. Straddle 4040? Yeah. Ooh. I kinda like the downside potential more on straddling 4040. It's crazy. Bulls just don't care, and they're going to run it if we hold these levels next week. We could definitely see a nice bull run. We'll see. I'd like to see them buy calls that don't expire today first. They're still not doing that. Don't you see? Futures don't matter. Present does. Zero DTEs will take SPX to all-time highs. We've got a long way to go to get to all-time highs, Hazy. How does the hedge futures buying? You buying the underlying? The S&P 500 is a basket of 500 different stocks. How me do short top? I'd wait. There's less call buying on this consolidation than on the last one, but there's still some. Bull's getting a little less confident, I guess. $4,700 end of day. Does zero DT provide the highest gamma per dollar? Why can't institutions just use them to inch the market higher into perpetuity? I mean, they could. but the positions are very risky, right? Like, you know, if someone came into the futures market and sold $8 billion worth of contracts, like what we had yesterday, but the opposite, all of that zero DTE's positioning would get blown the fuck up. The only outcomes through end of day up or down, either more call buying for further out or taking profits and closing out. How could we stay flat? I don't know if we'll stay flat. There's still room for us to move up to 40, 45. 40.50 has some interest, but it's not very strong. I guess we could climb above 40.45, but I would wait to see what happens there. No, Nvidia's not at 300. 237.57. I just like cheaper puts, honestly. Feels like anytime we have big SPY movements in a week around 400, the Friday of that week, SPY tends to go the opposite direction around 400. Ascending HNS, or just an uptrend. I don't really think. Yeah, I don't think this looks that weak yet. If it pulls back down to resistance, maybe. If ask equals thinned out, then slap ask. Are you buying zero DTEs on CAT again? Nice. So continued climb into end of day means more ups Monday, right? That would indicate more call buying to hold through the weekend. I mean, right now, they're not buying any calls that aren't expiring today. Not in any significant numbers, right? So no? I want to load on VIX calls. Can you talk me out of it? Probably not. What's up, Dork? I know. Is that your entry right there? Yeah, that's crazy. No, I meant where you bought your puts yesterday. Hmm. You didn't DM me, Carl. I see. SPX is essentially hovering right near the 250 EMA, right at the intersection of several support and resistance lines. Is it only moving because of zero DTEs? It's a very big part of it. What's up, Carl? Everyone's panicking. They think we're in a bull market. The usual. The 500% drop of a week ago, completely forgotten. 500 BPS drop. It's picking up a little volatility already. Still think 40.45 to 40.50. Time for more puts. I kind of want to pick up some. Well, I don't know. I'm kind of hoping we tap 40.50 and then I can pick up some. I'd much rather get them above 40.45 than below 40.40. But I can scale into them. You can't lose 500% on an options contract, popcorn trader. Unless it's naked and sold. We'll have to wait till Monday to see the updated OI. Because if they're buying puts that are far enough out of the money, I can't see it in the change. It's hard to see in the changing gamma. Like the April put positioning on SPX hasn't really moved much. No, I can't leverage $8 billion to short futures. If I could, I would, though. Puts on Meta, same like puts on Nvidia. I don't really know if buyers on Meta are nearly as enthusiastic. It's up quite a bit today, but it's QQQ is just ripping. Because more volatility is being priced into the future. Also, zero DTEs are factored into VIX futures, but they're not factored into the VIX calculation. Could be worse. Imagine 30% of your net worth being tied up in a company that hasn't offered forward guidance in 2 years. If you really wanted to fuck things up, you'd use that money to buy in the money puts on TLT. I had $8 billion. Couldn't I just short the 20-year? Make the ETF do it for you. Meta can't crank out soft goods, though. Well, I heard they were promising, like, soft good factories in the metaverse. 1 second. Jesus, this thing's getting fucking pumped harder than when we tapped like 4,200. What a crazy fucking day. Power hour song? Yeah, fuck it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Yeah, VIX is starting to drive down. There's less options positioning now, which makes me think they're done trying to pump. The question now, I think, into the end of the day is, do we see profit taking? Stop changing the range of your prediction, Pac-Man. Like, Apple rocketed 2.5% on 10.8 million volume at a market cap of 2.4 trillion. That's $1.5 billion spent to push Apple's market cap up by $60 billion. Bullish. If you already said SPY puts for 317 and later, does it make sense to buy overnight straddle on SPY or just buy the call side? That depends on how. I mean, I assume you're not straddling. You'd be strangling unless you're at the money on your puts. Are you at the money on your puts? Yeah, I mean, if you already have the puts, then you can just use them to. Like, if we close at 40.50, I'm gonna use my 40.50, like end of quarter puts to straddle the SPX. See you in a bit, Carl. No, I don't want to play the Cena song. I don't think there's no like FTDs right now. At least not on GME. Cenis isn't going to be that exciting. Cenis hasn't really been exciting since the split, right? It's because of Chat GPT becoming Chat GPS. Wait, what? After yesterday and today, given the calls are 0 DTEs, I wouldn't be blown away by an end of day dump. I just don't see a reason for them to dump it at the end of the day. How are you voting on rev shares? I have no idea. What are my options? Check DM. Is it the bank index? Pretty close. A little further to go. Why are you watching that? It's unbullish. I mean, I don't think any of this is particularly bullish. At least not long-term bullish. I got enough data to wait out a few days. Then some more upside. Interesting. Okay, 40-50? Getting close. We're going to consolidate here now. You didn't DM me, Kendra. My heart is torn. Add more 331, 395p on SPY, or buy April 390s on farther out, one less theta. What would you do? I'd probably want shit closer to the money. I don't particularly like either of those strikes, or we're trading at 40-50, but God, I want to buy another put so bad. I'm gonna get some at the end of the day. Buy some 40-25s and 4,000s, probably. Can you make GME go to 35? No. I watched Nvidia get rejected at 38.50 multiple times, only to jump in when it broke. It's gonna retest and break. Maybe? I don't know. SPX just hit 40-45. This is probably a critical moment. Futures buying persists. Futures are at 40-50. Torque. Look at that shit. It's pretty nuts. $270 BPS up since yesterday's low. This looks like that pop in early September, but he kept jumping afterwards, even harder than the dump preceding. Let's hope for more of that. It's pretty similar too, positioning wise. Do you think all of this is zero DTEs? A lot of it is. SPX has like 600 or 1.1 million call volume today? On zero DTs? I don't think it's that sustainable. I'm not particularly worried yet. I'd be more worried in higher ranges. I wonder if I should pick up the 40-50 call now to straddle with while it's out of the money. Yeah. Fuck, calls are expensive as shit. Am I gonna fill here? $317 40-50s are fucking ridiculous. Dear fucking God, Kendra. The net gamma change is all over the place. Ah, whatever. I'll buy them. It's for protection. He sent me a picture of a full body condom on a hanger. Even if they didn't buy more future expiring calls today, can't they bridge the gap with futures then buy them Monday to continue to drag up? Yeah. Full body condoms are the only way to roll. I mean, I guess they protect you. I love this pump. It shows they care. Now if we can hit 40-50 so I can buy more puts. I like the check DMs thing. Don't overuse it. Nicolas Cage right now. I'm gonna short the financial market. What's put pricing like? Pretty fucking cheap. $40.25s or 44? 4,000s are only 36. Hmm. I don't even know if I need 17s. Maybe I just go for 10s. 28 and 20? It'll be a little bit cheaper at 40-50. Are 417 4000s overkill? No. 421. They're not overkill. I mean, they're safer. We'll have more resilience. I kind of just want to sell 40-50, 4100 bear call spreads now because of C-Mill. I could sell like I could sell a lot of those. The margin requirement's only 10 grand per contract. Huh. $29.50 credit. Max loss 2,000. Profitable. I'm basically profitable at 40.20. Hmm. I was gonna do that, and then I averaged out my puts. I made the wrong choice. Well, not necessarily. I wonder if that'd be better with like a diagonal spread. Hmm. Eh, that sucks. Synthetic shorts are so expensive on SPX. Per hopium, or are there real similarities? There's real similarities, OG. Penis, nice popcorn trader. What are your thoughts on Revlon? I love your content. Thanks, Chili Chills. I really don't know what's going on with the current situation on the bankruptcy. I haven't had a lot of time to sit down and read any of the court documents, but it sounds like they're moving forward with the debtor's plan, and there'll be a chance to vote on it. So it doesn't look like any buyout information right now, which is not good. You better play Atomic Heart tonight, or else I will full port calls. I'll see if I'm in the mood. How much of this market volume do you think will actually be FTDs and they just repurchase after they tank the market? I don't know. It's a good question. With all the... I don't know. It could be driving a lot of synthetic liquidity. I guess I could check out FTDs on SPY and QQQ. BTI. See how high they are. It's not over yet. No, some 40, it looks like some 45s are selling off, but it's definitely not over yet. Who was it meant for? Popcorn Trader? You DM'd me the word penis. I can only assume it was for me. Nvidia failed 238. Ooh, Tesla dumped kind of hard on that. Well, Apple's still holding up. Microsoft's dumping a little bit. What's Google doing? Ooh, Google fucking got hammered. That's not good for QQQ. Is QQQ just selling off on the test of 300? A little before. Skittish. A lot of fucking spy buying. Greg, I got my wife, Shiwi. Now she's able to use the man's restroom with me when we go out. We try to spend as much time together as possible, and luckily I still win if we play tummy sticks. Win-win. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Using urinals is the best. SPX 2+2 possible for next week from this action? I don't think so, because most of the calls being bought today expire today. So there probably won't be that much rollover. Nave Gex on the day, or like even skew adjusted Gex on the day is still negative. Explain. Was it? Sorry, I lost it. Where did it go? When you stream video games, do you refer to everything in market terms? No? I try not to think about the market if I'm doing something else. It doesn't last long, but I meant to send it to Fake Girk. We have a history and we are opening up a B&B in Vermont. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, was that the... Okay, I'll check that out later. Otherwise I don't know if I can watch. What? Wyland, can you explain backwardation on the VIX? Sure. So if near-term futures are more expensive and the curve, like the futures curve, starts to slope down, so like the longer dated VIX is cheaper than the near dated VIX, essentially, that would be backwardation. This might keep breaking down. I'm kind of glad I didn't get filled on my 40-50 calls now. Backwardation is generally not common. Is VIX in backwardation right now? You can take the short-term VIX futures yield, like the roll yield, against the short-term futures index, which measures like the price return. And if you net a positive result, then that would be backwardation. I'll have to check. It's pretty rare. VIX was infamously in backwardation right like during like the 2008 crash and right before the COVID crash. Hey Dork, you got a free minute? Can you calculate if VIX is in backwardation? I've been averaging down my puts since yesterday afternoon. Thanks to you, I now know how to hedge and avoid over leveraging a position. That being said, I'm horrifically over leveraged. Jesus Christ. I'm trying not to confirm too much bias, but it feels like we're gearing up for big downs. That's possible. Here's what I don't trust as far as the upside goes. I don't think the market is entering a bull run, or long term we're gonna start moving up over any significant period of time. What I don't trust is them not just dumping more money into zero DTEs on Monday and pumping shit even more, right? So keep that in mind when you're positioning or scaling into positions or averaging down or hedging. It's a Jamaican scammer, but it's cool. Okay. I need to minimize thoughts of black swan events. Yes. If you're gonna position for shit like that, do not put like a large amount of your positioning super fucking far out of the money. That's true of SPX, it's true of GME, right? You just don't make bets assuming that everything's gonna just go down forever. That's why I try to emphasize the importance of like near the money positioning, because it's near term profitable. If you're buying shit out at like 3,500, you're really betting on massive moves down, and these are far more speculative and should represent a smaller portion of your total position. So if you if you have you're short SPX, right? And say you were entering a position today. I'll use today as an example because, well, we're trading where we're at. You would want to scale your position out, like and then, further out you could start to go like 39.50. 3,900. 38.25, right? And as this moves further and further from the money, you know, you reduce, you know, your position size as you go down, right? Because these are you'll get more leverage here anyway with a relatively smaller amount of capital. And these are super fucking risky because you're so far out of the money. You need the underlying to move a lot directionally, even for the premium of your contract to go up. Can you explain SPX retardation? You're watching it. VX, hold on. You need him for trading view, right? So you want to measure VX against what's the next contract called? Can't remember the name of the fucking bar dated one. It's like MS. You get a VIX 6M, dork. At which SPX level is your thesis wrong? A break back above gamma neutral, which is at like 4,100-ish right now. I would probably scale back or cut most of my position at a break of the upside of the JPM collar, though. Hold on. What is... Yeah, gamma neutral's actually gamma neutral's about 130. 4130. I think we're just at delta neutral right now. Yeah, delta neutral is about 40, 45. Don't forget to vote yes on AMC dilution so Adam Aaron can bend you over a barrel and show you where the wild goose goes while quietly whispering, I ride with you in your ear. What happens if I buy near the money and the price moves the wrong way to put me extremely out of the money? Set stops at max risk. It's not that hard to like protect your position with a stop, right? You know, if you buy like a 40-40 put here. Wait, hold on, how much are they? Okay, so they're $2.50. And your max risk on the contract is 20%. You know, you can just set a stop at $2 on the contract when you buy it. Carl, stop deleting all the messages. When does the collar expire? March 31st. The fact that this price action is sustained for 2 days is kind of crazy. Well, the vast majority of the initial part of the price action happened over like 5 candles. When Jimmy 17, it's kind of nosediving again. Probably back under VWAP before the end of the day. It's not a spy SPX trading channel. It's just that GME's not doing shit right now. It's going up like up a dollar, down a dollar. Who the fuck cares? It's not going to be interesting for a couple weeks. I mean, nobody's talked about GME more than me. There's just nothing to focus on a fucking, 52-cent up day. Fubo just plummeted 3 cents. You can choose it. Your maximum risk tolerance for the contract you buy can be whatever you want it to be. It can be the entire value of the contract. You could be like Popcorn Trader, and it could be the value of that contract and the next 5 that you buy. I think you're getting straight played by the API malfunction that prevent the optimal selling of CCs on volatile days. It happens so often, it's basically a volatility indicator. Yeah, I know. We're switching to a different provider, but we have to redo a lot of stuff in order to do it. But hopefully the next provider will be far better. And we'll have a more granular data, which will be awesome. Sounds like Girk needs to zoom in more. Can you make me a super mod so I can time out Carl? No. I don't think that works. Sometimes I wonder if the pump on GME this morning was Linux buying so many contracts. Well, he's finally bought options for the ETF FTD period, I think. But I don't think it's going to be a very good one. Do you see Jimmy being at 45 in the next year? Not without positive free cash flow and positive EPS. With the moves these last 2 days, how much more conservative are you on a downside move going into the mid-months data, SLD, FOMC? Not much. I'm still bearish. Keep the current provider and reframe it into a volatility indicator. Oh, it's not working. Get ready for volatility. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's up with that, honestly, but it keeps going out like the day before OPEX, and like then it'll go out one day after OPEX. Currently, March VIX futures index is in contango with VIX by 25%. Okay. I'll find you the 9-month one. Yo, it's been a while since we tried the classic money-making strategy buying puts on Zim. And oh look, earnings in 9 days. Their expected EPS outlook is not looking good. What would be a reasonable 30-day downside target be? Oh, Jesus. I don't know. How bad is the estimate? Is that a $7 drop per share in expected earnings? Are you sure they're not just gonna be they're not gonna beat because analysts are fucking underestimating? Or is there long-term debt coming due? Man, they're really racking up those liabilities. I'd be careful with this one. The target might be too low. And you're seeing that you're seeing a lot of that all over the market is like underestimated earnings are leading to surprise beats. A mod has timed me out. If bullish sentiment is not allowed in this chat, I'll go elsewhere. I expect it wasn't your command, Gwork. Good luck, everyone. I didn't fucking time you out. It was probably Carl. Carl just times everyone out. What's the pickle jar? Don't take it so fucking personally. What's the pickle jar tier list for naked mud wrestling? I have Darth at S tier. He's alone there. JFresh might be like A minus. Latest on OI, I assume 40/50s have closed. Some. I don't know if I have another. Hold on. Ooh, shit. Uh... It would appear that all of the call gamma has collapsed, except for the 40-50s. 40, 45, 40, 40, 40, 35, 40, 30, 40, 20 have all flipped negative. Not gonna let me view that expiration. God, I hate this fucking website. Okay, yeah, tons of profit taking. There's a little bit of support at 40-30, but the intraday gamma flips at that point, so VIX is rocketing? Ooh. Okay. Well, look at that. Where's the bulls? What's going on, bulls? Hazy, you promised me fucking 475. Now 407.50, but still. What's this bullshit? I didn't even get a test of 40-50. What about all the 0 DTE calls I was supposed to buy at that strike? I think we were finding out how long the pump on SPX can last. VIX appears frozen. No, it's on the current candle. VIX is halted for 3 minutes? Why am I not getting that? The fuck? I don't see a halt on it. Where are people seeing a halt? Trading views showing VIX at 1909. And now it's at 1816. What the fuck was that? Now it's at 1854. Oh Jesus, the market's gonna crash now. What the fuck is this nonsense? Dork. Well, VIX is doing this. Is this a sign from Frag? Maybe. There's orders there. I guess? No? There's orders here. Hmm. I need to look at VIX futures volume, I guess. Yeah, opened at so the 1545 candle opened at 1909. And then 5 minutes later, the next candle opened at 1816. I don't know what the fuck's going on. VIX futures at 1950. Huh. Is that the March contract? How much is my 3,800 puts on SPX for March 17th? Got for him at 15. I have some theta, I guess. I mean, I guess you have some theta. Use a options calculator and find out how far the price needs to drop for you to go in the money. Or become profitable again. How was SPY not dropped at all? I don't know. I gotta buy more 12,000 calls. Someone be flipping from long to short on VIX massively? Would that cause this? No? Probably not. What does GPM do with the callers hypothetically if the market crashes? Well, they would have 3,600 puts and they would be assigned on shares at 3060. So they'd be assigned at 3060. So they'd make $500 a contract for 41,600 contracts. Or well, I guess it's actually 600 and technically it's 600 and no $570 times 100. So 2.37 billion. You prefer bear call spreads or put spreads on SPX? Just curious. Debit spreads have a little less risk. Or are you asking about debit and versus credit, or are you asking like bullish or bearish? Nexus. That was fucking strange. Strange VIX shit. I don't know what that was. Decent time to pick up April 14 SPY 387 puts for a quick drop to 395-ish next week. How much do those go up on a drop to 395? Like 60%? 70? Doesn't sound awful. I mean, you're far enough out that you're not super sensitive to near-term price action, so you give yourself room to cut it if you need to. 65%. Yeah, it's not the worst. Trade imbalance past 2 days combined 2 billion to the sell side and SPX mooning. What are you gonna do? What kind of candles do you use? These should be the regular candlesticks. Yeah, these are just regular. I usually use Hankanashi, but not on indices. Because they gap so much. I wouldn't full port based on a glitch in the VIX. It might have just been from the closing of all those call positions. Look at that. We're going to close at 40.45. Boo. Well. Is Dork market volatility? No. Otherwise, he'd be way up. Market volatility would be high as a kite. Ding ding. Well, that was a fun pump, right? Someone once said, once you start to see glitches, crazy stuff can start to happen. Yeah, I mean, but this week and last week have been full of shit like that, so. No, not for me. Saving it for the start of next week. Let's see what happens. Glitches get stitches. So, anyway, I don't know what the fuck happened there. End of day on the VIX. That was very strange. But, looks like the market ran, about all the call gamma off of the chain today, testing 40.48.29 at its peak. some of the call interest on the 0DTs kind of collapsed there. And then we had another little bounce back from 40.40 to 40.45 into close. I'm very interested to see what happens with futures over the weekend, but I still think that most of yesterday's and into today's pump was very much just that. I still don't see any reason to think there's further bullish positioning occurring. At least not yet. The positioning going into close today, mostly 0DTs on the call side. As those sell off, I expect gamma to flip very, very negative again. So, yeah, we'll see what happens Monday morning. But the sell-off of all these calls and then subsequently their hedges could have a serious impact next week. For the rest of you guys, I'll see you Sunday for the members-only stream, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Thank you guys so much, and have a great weekend. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.